Regular meeting of the city, adjourned regular meeting of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Cassidy.
Here.
Councilmember Kalodarovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji, absent. Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items, additional backup materials for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, there's no one in the audience. Is there anyone online for public comments on closed session items and non-agenda items?
There are no e-comments and no attendees on Zoom.
Okay, before we recess to closed session, could you read off F1 through F15?
Yes. As authorized by the
F14,
government code.
sorry.
As authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F10 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. For F1, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20-STCP-03193. For F2, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy CD, cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For F3, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and DOEs 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23-STCP-02189. For F4, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, 9300 Wilshire LLC et al. Versus AES Redondo Beach LLC, bankruptcy CD, cal case number 223-AP-01163-ER. For F5, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sonia Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and DOEs 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 23-TRCP-00325. For F6, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and DOEs 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23-STCV-10146. For F7, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonid Pustilnikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach. Case number B336042. For F8, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al. Case number B337897. For F9, the name of the case is AES Southland Development LLC and AES Redondo Beach LLC versus California Coastal Commission, case number BS157789. For F10, the name of the case is Mason Thomas versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ19263797. Items F11 through F13 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F11, the properties are 100 International Boardwalk and 130 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. For F12, the properties are 123 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-908, and 179 and 181 North Harbor Drive, a portion of APN 7503-033-903. For F13, the property is 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. And item F14 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Potential Litigation. And there is one potential case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to these items in closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F1 through F9, we will have outside legal counsel John Wellner. For item F10, we will have Human Resources Director Diane Strick-Fadden, as well as Carolyn Beliso, our outside counsel on that issue. For item F11, we will have Acting Waterfront and Economic Development Director Catherine Buck, along with John Getz. city attorney or assistant to our city attorney's office staff for real estate matters. And then for item F12, we will have Catherine Buck and outside real estate advisors Larry Cosmont as well as Will Solholt. For item F13, we will again be joined by Catherine Buck and John Getz, legal counsel. And then for item F14, we will have our Public Works Director, Andy Wengie, join us.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Move to recess to closed session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second, all four.
Aye.
So that's a 4-0 with one absent. Okay, thank you very much. We'll be back on or about 6 p.m. To report out on anything that's reportable from closed session and then to start the open session. Thank you. Call the meeting back to order. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Khalid-Zedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obashi.
Here, and I came at 4:44.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we're coming back from closed session. Do we have any announcements to make?
Yes, Mayor, a couple of announcements. Mark Weiner, our Community Development Director, joined us for items F1 through F9 in closed session, as did separately under item F12, Andrew Perez with Cosmont and Associates. Additionally, we will be returning to closed session at the close of our open session discussions for items F11, F13, and F14, which will become R11, R13, and R14.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to the regular meeting of the city council?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion, a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, that's 5-0, motion carries. So I'm going to call to order the regular council meeting. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Khalid-Zedovich.
Here.
Mayor Obashi.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service at this time. And now let us all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing afterwards for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Brinley, who's going to lead us tonight in the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Brinley, the floor is all yours.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brinley, and I'm in 3rd grade at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subject is math. I love living in Redondo Beach because I enjoy going to Seaside Lagoon, Aviation Park, and McDonald's across the street. Please put your hand over your heart and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Brinley, great job. Come on up and get a picture with the council.
Shake his hand. Brinley, if you could shake his hand. All right.
Mom and Dad, you want to come up and get a picture too?
Sure. Thank you.
Hold on.
Renee's got to get the camera out.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Great job. Well done, Brinley. Okay, now we're going down to item D on the agenda, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. I do have a couple of presentations tonight. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call Red Cross volunteer Dan Thomas to join me up here. Come on up. Each March, we proudly recognize the American Red Cross as American Red Cross Month and celebrate the extraordinary neighbors who make its humanitarian mission possible right here in Redondo Beach. At the beginning of this year, January 7th to be exact, our city, through the Redondo Beach Police Department, partnered with the American Red Cross to host a community blood drive demonstrating firsthand our shared commitment to saving lives and supporting those in need. For 145 years, the American Red Cross has stood as a beacon of compassion, bringing relief, comfort, and hope when help simply cannot wait. That spirit of service is alive and well in our community today. We are especially grateful for the dedicated volunteers and staff of the Long Beach and South Bay chapters, whose work touches lives every single day. When emergencies strike, these local heroes are there, providing shelter, food, and comfort to families after disasters like home fires, supporting our service members, veterans, and their families around the clock, and ensuring a safe, life-saving blood supply for patients facing cancer treatments, childbirth complications, and traumatic injuries. They also empower our residents with life-saving skills, training our community in first aid and hands-on CPR so that anyone can step in and help when seconds matter most. Just this last year, their impact in our region was remarkable. 675 smoke alarms installed, helping 233 households become safer. 603 people educated on fire safety and prevention. 820 people trained on hands-on CPR. 111 local disasters responded to, including home fires. 45,709 units of blood collected to help patients in need, and over 45,000 volunteer hours given in service to others. These impressive numbers reflect something greater than statistics. They represent lives protected, families supported, and a community strengthened by compassion. Redondo Beach is stronger because of this shared commitment to caring for one another. The Red Cross reminds us that even the smallest act of kindness can make a life-saving difference. As we honor American Red Cross Month, let us celebrate these local heroes and recommit ourselves to the spirit of service so that in times of crisis, no one in our community ever stands alone. So on behalf of the City Council, the residents of Redondo Beach, it is my honor to proclaim March as American Red Cross Month and to thank the volunteers, the donors, and supporters who make this vital mission possible. Thanks for all you do. You want to say a few words?
I'd be happy to. Thank you. Mayor, thank you so much. Mayor and City Council, thank you for proclaiming March as Red Cross Month here in Redondo Beach. We'd love for more people to get involved at redcross.org, whether you can donate blood, volunteer, or donate to the cause. People know the Red Cross is there whenever there's a big natural disaster, but every day we're helping the local communities, people that are victims of local fire and other issues. So we appreciate the support, and we would love to have more people help us in the mission. Thank you.
Thanks for all you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, family. Thank you. We'll be donating soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done.
Okay, for this next presentation, may I call on the following to join me up here. Nikki Negretti Mitchell and Kevin Mitchell, Chelsea Schreiber, Holly Osborne, Ray Holler, Joshua Perkey, and we have a guest, I believe, in the Lawndale Council member, Frank Talavera. Are you here, Frank? Come on down. Today, we recognize these 6 extraordinary community leaders whose voices helped us shape the future of not only our city, but of the greater South Bay community. When the alignment of the Metro Sea Line extension was being decided, they didn't step back, they stepped up. You want to call someone up? Come on up. I wish I was in my PJs. So these folks, when the Metro Sea Line threatened to go through neighborhoods, organized their neighbors. They became engaged with local businesses. They brought together community leaders, and they made sure their voice for the Hawthorne option was clearly heard and consistently heard. Throughout the thoughtful advocacy and persistent outreach to the Metro Board directors, they demonstrated what grassroots leadership truly looks like. And because of their efforts, the Hawthorne Boulevard alignment was selected, a decision that will strengthen connectivity, support economic vitality, and serve residents for generations to come. This was not easy work. When I first got involved, I don't even, was that like 7 years ago with Bill Brand, and we came to talk to you? It seems like forever. It was a big uphill battle, and even as we attended the first meetings, it just seemed like we were fighting a brick wall or talking to a brick wall. It seemed like the decision was made, it was gonna go through our neighborhoods. They bought the property, the right of way for that purpose, and it's like they weren't listening. But despite, politicians like myself and some of the council and Bill Brand formally reaching out, I really think it was the grassroots effort and the dedication and devotion and the constant just wearing away at it, that it went from an impossible to possible, and then finally in the last move it happened. So their success reminds us when neighbors unite around a shared vision, real change happens. On behalf of our city, on behalf of the city council, and on behalf of myself, I want to thank you for your leadership, your courage, and your commitment to the South Bay's future. So please join me in congratulating these 6 remarkable community leaders and advocates. Thank you very much. So I have some certificates to present, but before I do, I'd like to give the mic to Councilmember Talavera to see if you have any words you want to say. Thanks for coming to our meeting tonight.
For inviting us. I just want to say that these guys deserve the best and all the accolades. I jumped into the fight a little later, and people have been saying, thanks, Councilman Talavera, and I'm just taking the glory, but it belongs to them, really. So I just want to thank them for their tenacity and not giving up, and to see us through and giving us the victory. So I applaud all of them.
Well, thank you for that, and it was a great combined effort between the 2 cities, but I will say, us politicians wasn't what saved the day, it was these folks behind me. So with that, I have commendations for each of them. So Nikki Negretti Mitchell, thank you. Kevin, thank you, sir. Holly? I'll miss your charts, though. Chelsea? Thank you. I don't have one for her. Joshua? Ray's not here. Can you take one for him? Okay. You guys want to say anything? Try to keep it short. Yeah. Oh, 6 pages, huh?
1 minute long.
Okay.
Why don't you get in the front and center now?
All right, so in 2021 was my first collaboration with Holly, and we were asked to pen the city's notice of preparation letter advocating for the Hawthorne option and why anything on the right-of-way was not feasible. And it was a challenge, and I reached out to Jim Light, mayor, but back then Citizen Jim, and my husband Kevin, and we put the letter together. And during that process, Kevin came up with some hugely consequential data and uncovered some very dramatic facts about that fuel transport in that corridor, and and what combining that with electrical light rails would what that would bring, and that was really alarming. So from there, Holly and I, we were studying the board of directors for Metro for like over 5 years. And we just started going to the meetings, and we went to 3 Metro Board meetings a month, and we went to COG meetings and city council meetings. And so there was 4 of us, Holly, Ray, the engineer from Lawndale, and Kevin and I, and we just would go and we'd say a different speech each time. We were doing research the whole time and bringing up new things, and they were responding to us really well. And so I saw the board of directors really responding very well to my husband Kevin's and Holly Mitchell and Janice Hahn, each at separate times, reached out for his written comments that he read from. And so I knew that they were thinking about it. But then, so we had the LPA decision, which was kind of devastating, but I was told right after that not to stop advocating by the deputies from the Metro Board of Directors. They told me, you know, don't stop fighting because Hawthorne Boulevard is still absolutely on the table. So I had to step back for health reasons, and then Chelsea Schreiber and John and Joshua came up with this amazing campaign to reach out to the public, because all of the things that we'd been talking about to the board needed to be publicly known, and they did such a great job and rounded up like hundreds of people, a sea of red shirts, and 500, wow, yeah. So and that sealed the deal. Anyway, so thank you so much.
So I neglected to point out that some of these folks are Redondo residents. Raise your hands, these 3. And some are Lawndale residents. So we had folks reaching across the border because we had the same issue was impacting both cities. So we wanted to honor the Lawndale leaders as well as the Redondo leaders tonight. And I want to tell you, one of my first meetings as a mayor was a mayoral convening by our county supervisor. And so the mayors from around the area were around the table. And we started, and I had been working with Holly and the team for a little while, so I knew the issue. And so, you know, the supervisor asked, what's, you know, one of the biggest issues facing your city? And I chose this one. And at the time, Mayor Butts, who's on the board, the Metro board, and is also the mayor of Inglewood, made a snide comment about people complaining about trains in their backyard. And I took him at task at that. In fact, Holly Mitchell kind of had to separate us. But, you know, so we were facing an uphill battle. And in the end, Mayor Butts is one who was a sponsor of the motion. So these folks changed their mind, and that's hard to do. I want to say, I'm proud of you, and I know Bill would be proud of you. So thank you again.
Echo everything everybody said, and I really want to recognize Josh Perkey, because he was a force multiplier for all these residents. The biggest mistake Metro made was trying to send the train next to his home, because he's a film editor. And so he quickly put together the best, most compelling videos, truthful videos with exhibits, documents flying in, real facts. And that's when people got educated, and these videos went viral, and Metro was watching them. So thank you, Josh. You were really a game changer here.
And we'll bookend it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
For your daughter.
Good job, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Send it on to Ray for me, too.
Great job, yes, exactly.
Since the doctor's here.
Good job, man.
Okay, back to item D again. Announcements and AB 1234 travel expense reports. I did attend an Elks dinner recently for the vets in our area. I was attended by 80 vets. That was a great event, and I thank them for the opportunity to be the keynote speaker at the event. So that was a fun thing to do for our veterans. Also, just a quick announcement. Our high school is going to be putting on the musical Something Rotten from March 20th through March 28th. I left a few flyers out in the front if you're interested. They always do a great job, so I highly recommend you go. With that, Councilmember Barrett, anything?
Yes, Mayor, I do have an announcement, which is that council members Zane Obaji and I will be hosting part 2, yes, of our Pillars of Public Safety event.
Pillars of Public Safety.
That's right. Pillars of Public Safety, part 2. It's going to be Wednesday, April 1st at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, 6 p.m. And we're proud to announce that our special guest is going to be the Redondo Beach Fire Department, including our Deputy Chief, perhaps Jason May, our Chief Patrick Butler, and others. It's open to the entire community. So we hope you can join us again, and we will be serving refreshments.
On April 1st.
April 1st.
That's brave.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't give the report last week because it was a lightly attended meeting, but I attended the Independent Cities Association Winter Seminar and came away with several practical insights directly relevant to Redondo Beach. We had discussions with representatives familiar with the California Coastal Commission about the history and authority of the California Coastal Act, including tensions between state housing mandates and coastal access protections. Multiple sessions focused on cybersecurity, emphasizing cities must harden systems, train staff because people are the main access through that things happen, and prepare response plans before the attack occurs. I'm confident that our city is doing that now. We also reviewed case studies, including from Santa Monica on strengthening cities' finances through smarter fee structures and operational efficiency rather than raising taxes, and discussed on California SB 346 may help us update our short-term rental ordinance to improve enforcement. Last week, I had the pleasure to present at the Redondo Union High School Career Day. My first 2 sessions were co-presenting with Nicholas Rodriguez from Councilmember Liu's office, and my last one was solo. I talked about how public service was problem solving and got some great questions from the students about ways to get involved, housing, and more. After that, along with the mayor and council members Castle and Kalujetovich, we got to present a commendation to World War II veteran and resident John Oliver on his 100th birthday.
That was neat.
That was very exciting, us along with many public safety people. We had fire engines, police officers, and he got a goodie bag from the police department. At the South Bay City's Council of Governments meeting, we heard about the La Casa, which is one of the, I don't know the full acronym on that. We have a bunch like that, but it's a renter protection opportunities. There's $3.1 million available in that system, not just for Redondo Beach, but for the whole South Bay. Ways to get extra money from the opioid settlement funding, which I've passed on to the city manager, and status on the housing trust that came before us earlier. Saturday, Councilmember Obaji invited us to the grand opening of Mickey's Deli. I assume he'll talk about that there. That was great community support that we saw. On Sunday, I got to say goodbye to Ragin' Cajun. They're closing after about 12 years on PCH in District 1. The good news is that the same owners will be reopening as Redondo Beach Grill, hopefully in April. And then coming up, Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors meeting is this week. Keep the Esplanade Beautiful will be holding their first Saturday sweep at Avenue I and Esplanade on Saturday, March 7th at 9 a.m. And the Redondo Beach Public Safety Open House will be right out there at 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday the 8th this weekend. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Oh, wow, Mayor, you're really surprising us here, yeah. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Waller, for that comprehensive announcement. You missed one, though. The North Redondo
left it
Beach
for you.
Bikeway Extension is going to have its ribbon cutting, rescheduled ribbon cutting on March 5th at 4 p.m. at the southwest corner of Perkins and Rockefeller Lane. It's already open though, so if you can't make the ribbon cutting, just go enjoy it. A lot of people already are actually. Every time I drive by, there are several people on that portion. We also, as Councilmember Waller stated, we celebrated the grand opening of Mickey's Deli in North Redondo Beach at the corner of Artesia Boulevard and Inglewood. That was a huge success. And Bashir Hashimi, who is the owner of that mobile gas station, told us about how he ended up with Mickey's. He said, well, when Haagen-Dazs pulled out and didn't want to open there anymore, his contractor actually connected him with the owners of Mickey's. And they decided to move forward with it. And he said, it's so easy to work with the City of Redondo's Community Development Department and Planning Department to get the project through, that it was really easy. And actually, it's a third restaurant that Mickey's has opened under that name or any other in Redondo Beach. And they only have that one Mickey's Deli in Hermosa Beach. So we welcome them here, and I'm sure they'll be extremely successful. There were long lines there. And it was a great time being there. And lastly, just want to reiterate our April 1st Pillars of Public Safety Part 2 with Councilmember Scott Barrett. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
Hi, I just have a few announcements. Last Saturday, I spoke at a dinner for the California Ranked Choice Voting group that's trying to spread ranked choice voting primarily across LA County right now. And I discussed our experience with ranked choice voting in our election last year in 2025 and the successes that we had with that. Coming up tomorrow night, there will be a Friends of the South Bay Quick Pitch, which is a nonprofit group that aggregates fundraisings for nonprofits. Tomorrow night at the Lighthouse Cafe just across the border in Hermosa at 5 p.m. But our very own Keep the Esplanade Beautiful is one of the nonprofits that's in the competition for a $10,000 donation. So that should be a great event, and hopefully they will come out on top. This weekend, in addition to the public safety open house for the fire and police department, we also have the 52nd annual Kite Festival, which is always something very exciting and beautiful to see down at the waterfront. So that's something that everyone looks forward to. So hope to see you at those two events.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Councilmember Kalajerovic.
Yes, thank you. This has been an incredible announcement series. I attended the 100th birthday of Mr. John Oliver. I just wanted to share, it was a great event, but his secret, he said, is he exercises every day. On his 100th birthday, he walked 2 miles.
Wow.
It was an incredible gentleman.
And he was upset because he couldn't drive anymore to Palm Springs.
He was. But he was super thankful, and he said, thank you for your time to all of our public safety. Just a class act. I hope to be like him when I'm 100 years old as well. Just my only update, aside from all of what you all said, I attended the South Bay Aerospace Alliance meeting today, just discussing issues around the Air Force Base, how we can mimic some investment that was made at Vandenberg to revitalize the adjacent city and the awareness of the base, something that would be beneficial here in this region, and also the partnership with the South Bay WIB, and the base and aerospace employers focused on training and internships, furthering relevant training that is significant in this region and should be sustained. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Going down to item E, approving the order of the agenda. Anybody wish to move anything?
I have an item, Mayor, I'd like to remove from the agenda, item H10 under the consent calendar. We have some additional work to do on that particular contract. I'd like to bring that back at a future date.
Okay. Other than that, any other moves? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda and the withdrawal of H10?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're moving down to item F, which is an agency recess to two different authorities, the Redondo Beach Housing Authority, and then right into the Community Financing Authority. So I'd like to entertain a motion to recess to the regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority.
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. If I could call up the board members, Price and Newton, please. to join us? Is Mr. Newton not here tonight?
No, was not here last time.
Okay, you've got the floor. I'd like, oh, no, you don't. Okay, so I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller,
Present.
Member Castle,
Here.
Member Kaludjetovic,
Here.
Member Obaji, absent at the moment, Member Barrett,
Here.
Commissioner Price, here. Commissioner Newton, absent, Chairman Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for this meeting?
Yes, we do. We have the approval of the minutes for the January 13, 2026 meeting. They were inadvertently left out.
Okay, can I get a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Ms. Price? Aye. Thank you. Okay, that carries unanimously with Councilmember Obaji absent. Now we go through the consent calendar, items C1 through C3. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar unless somebody wants to pull?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Obaji has joined us at 6:33 p.m. So we have a motion. Did we get a second?
Second.
Yes, we have a second. Does any member of the public wish to address items C1 through C3 of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority at this time? Anyone online?
I have none online. And I have, let's see, an e-comment, which is neutral. One.
Okay, thank you. So I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with the exception of Member Newton, who is absent tonight. So let's see, now we've got the public participation on non-agenda items. This is not the city council non-agenda items. This is for the housing authority. So does any member of the public have something they'd like to talk about that's not on the agenda that applies to the housing authority? No, anyone online?
One person, let's see. Erica Foster.
Go ahead, Erica.
Good afternoon, greetings. I just had one question on the agenda when they're doing it, if they can explain the extension that HUD is supposedly extending the funding for the emergency housing vouchers. It says that it's expected through the end of 2026, but it doesn't clarify whether that's a fiscal year or a calendar year, because the notices that were sent out said that funding still set to sunset in on May 31st of 2026. So I would just like clarification on that when they go through it.
I think this is for the public hearing. I think this is for the public hearing.
That's for the public hearing, yeah, G1.
So you'll have to wait.
Yeah, so.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, with that, we're going into, we'll be going into G1, a public hearing on the approval of the Housing Authority Annual Agency Plan. But before that, we have to reveal any ex parte communications. I've had none on this topic. Councilmember Waller?
I have had none.
Councilmember Castle?
None.
Councilmember Kalajdzic?
Staff.
Councilmember Obaji?
None.
Councilmember Barrett?
None.
And Member Price? None. Okay, with that, we will go into item G1, public hearing to consider the approval of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Could I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm just going to briefly introduce the item, then I'll turn it over to our housing manager, and she'll go through the item. But for tonight, it's a public hearing, and this is an annual process for the city to approve its upcoming annual action plan. So it's essentially the plan that outlines how our housing authority will be spending its anticipated funds throughout the next fiscal year, so 2026, 2027. It does correlate with the city's 5-year plan, which we'll go into, we're, I believe, towards the beginning of that plan, and so we are consistent with that as well. So with that, I will turn it over to our housing manager, Imelda Delgado.
Can you attempt to answer the question we got while we were starting?
I actually believe that was more geared toward item I1.
Okay.
So but we can do it now, or
No,
then
let's do it on I1 then.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Imelda Delgado. I'm the housing manager, and I'm going to present some information on the annual agency plan. The Redondo Beach Housing Authority receives funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to administer the Housing Choice Voucher Program, or commonly known as a Section 8. HUD requires public housing agencies to submit an annual plan outlining goals, strategies, and compliance efforts for the upcoming year. This proposed plan is consistent with the significant changes approved by this board in January and would carry over into the new fiscal year. The annual PHA plan includes a progress report on the goals set in the 5-year plan, which runs through fiscal year 2030. Some of those goal updates are a high performer designation from HUD, as we scored a 96% performance rating on the Section 8 Management Assessment Program certification for fiscal year 24-25. While the Redondo Beach Housing Authority remains committed to maximizing voucher utilization, it is currently operating under funding shortfall, which limits the ability to utilize all allocated vouchers. The Redondo Beach Housing Authority continues promoting fair housing and equal opportunity through ongoing education efforts, daily referrals to the Housing Rights Center, and staff participation in fair housing training. We maintain strong partnerships with the local landlords and contribute a variety of available housing stock. We implemented small area fair market rents as required by HUD and contract with affordablehousing.com to obtain rent reasonable determinations. The most recent single audit completed for fiscal year ending 6/30/2024 identified findings that were procedural and document related. In response, the Redondo Beach Housing Authority has implemented corrective actions that measure and include changes in internal control and protocols with strengthened oversight of inspections and eligibility procedures. Ongoing monitoring has been established to ensure continued compliance. The Resident Advisory Board, consisting of program participants, were invited to review, discuss, and comment regarding the proposed plan. The Resident Advisory Board meeting was held February 4th, 2026. However, no comments were received. Staff recommends the board open the public hearing, take testimony and deliberate, close the public hearing, adopt resolution number HA-2026-03, and authorize the board chairperson to execute all required documents for submission to HUD. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the presentation? Nope. Okay, does any member of the public wish to address what we just saw with the agency plan? Anyone online? Erica, I think this is I1 though.
Yeah, I think Erica.
Yes. For the agency plan, they normally have the draft available online, but the draft online is blank now. I was just curious as to whether what the goals are in the agency plan, since we can't access it via the public anymore. It's a blank document now.
I could have it emailed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Okay, so I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay. So now I'll take a motion to adopt a resolution HA 2026-03 by title only, and then to authorize the chairman to execute the certification forms for submission.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye, okay, that's unanimous.
Okay, so adopt by title only, resolution number HA-2026-03, a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the agency's fiscal year 2026-2027 annual plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now jumping down to item I1, discussion regarding the status report on Section 8 housing program. You've got the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll just do another brief introduction. So this is our kind of standard item for you, our update, just to give you an overview of our activities and where we are with the city's Section 8 program. And we do have some information as well as on the funding shortfall. So we'll provide that during the presentation. So I will turn it on over again to our housing manager, Imelda Delgado.
Thank you. This presentation is a status update. The Redondo Beach Housing Authority continues to support its voucher programs, including the Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing Program, the Section 8 program, and the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. The Redondo Beach Housing Authority was approved for set-aside funding from HUD for calendar year 25 in the amount of $165,617. This funding was in response to the growing financial obligations of the Section 8 program through calendar year 2025. However, the Redondo Beach Housing Authority remains in shortfall status. HUD is in the process of reconciling all public housing authorities' reported leasing and cost data from calendar year 2025, which is used to provide renewal funding for calendar year 2026. HUD's shortfall prevention team was not able to provide a date when HUD will complete the reconciliation process. Currently, we have 22 emergency housing voucher participants, with 7 of those living outside of the city of Redondo Beach. On February 6, 2026, HUD issued a get-ready notice regarding calendar year 2026 emergency housing voucher funding adjustments, where HUD plans to recapture unused service fees from PHAs and public housing authorities and reallocate funds to agencies with funding shortfalls. HUD's intention is to According to this notice, HUD's intention is to help ensure that all agencies that administer emergency housing vouchers will be able to keep families in the program through calendar year 2026. On February 23rd, 2026, the Redondo Beach Housing Authority received notification from HUD that additional funds were committed to Redondo Beach, increasing the Redondo Beach Housing Authority's budget authority, which is now projected to support emergency housing voucher participants through May 31st. Pending the reconciliation, we'll know more in the future. In addition to finding solutions to funding shortfall, HUD approved regulatory waivers, which allows the Redondo Beach Housing Authority to allow all current emergency housing voucher participants to immediately be added to the Housing Choice Voucher Section 8 program waiting list without the standard application requirements, which includes formal public notice when the waiting list opens and closes. Additionally, the newly adopted local preferences for emergency housing vouchers will prioritize emergency housing voucher families and bring them to the top of the waiting list and receive a housing voucher or Section 8 voucher once funding becomes available. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Kalajevic?
I don't necessarily have questions, but I just wanted to thank you for staying on top of this. And I understand how difficult it is working with HUD, and that oftentimes you get an answer of, I don't know. And I feel like we're operating in this space where, I mean, a very direct question, as you said in your presentation, of when they're going to complete the reconciliation process to really understand, are we still in shortfall? And the answer that you got was, I don't know, right? Meanwhile, we have participants on the program who are not quite certain about when they're going to run out of funding, and we get the answer of, I don't know. So I realize that this is frustrating. It's wildly frustrating to me, and I just want to thank you for staying on it, and that this is a huge example of just the frustration at HUD. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Okay.
Councilmember Waller?
Did this, the fact that you're saying that some of that reallocated funds has gone towards the shortfall, does that answer the caller's question about the funding?
Yes. So they're taking from those agencies that have an excess and reallocating to those of us that are in shortfall.
And we were reallocated, so we do have funding, is what that's saying.
We hope so, yes.
Good.
But to be clear, that's what they said, but the reconciliation has to happen, and the answer of when that's going to happen is, I don't know. So that's where we're at.
Would that fully fund us then?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Would that
fully fund our shortfall?
If, once they commit additional funding, that's what the letter says, that they expect to fund through the end of calendar year.
Well, yeah,
ambiguous, and they say, we expect.
Can't count our chickens before they're hatched.
Yes,
Exactly.
so.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, any member of the public have any comments on this item?
Yeah.
Okay, none in the audience.
Wait a minute, Erica Foster.
Go ahead, Erica.
Thank you very much for explaining the convoluted answers that you're getting from HUD, and I also truly appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. My only other question was have they given you guys any information about the transitional housing vouchers that they originally planned in their appropriations bill that are supposed to be able to transfer EHV vouchers to transitional housing vouchers if there is not availability on the regular Section 8 housing choice vouchers?
You have a quick answer to that?
Not a quick one, no. But we're waiting for direction. We do have that approval to transfer those EHVs to our regular Section 8 waiting list. As soon as we get funding, we can start calling those. We don't have any tenant protection vouchers, but we don't know if maybe HUD will allocate some of those in the future.
I just want to remind the public input is not supposed to be question and answer.
Yeah.
I allowed it this time, but let's, if you have specific questions for staff, you can email them or email one of us and we'll get it to you, but we're not going to get in the practice of answering every question that comes up during public comment. Okay, anyone else?
That's it that I have.
Okay.
One quick thing, Mayor, related to this particularly and what came out of the COG. There is sbrenterprotect.com, which is the website to help people, help keep people housed. That is a resource that can be used. There have been a number of people referred to that, but there are lots of requirements that have to be gone through before people can be accepted into that. But that is a resource that the public should know about.
that it?
Yes.
Can I get a motion to receive and file the staff?
Move to receive and file this report.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Let's see, referrals to staff. Start with Member Price. Do you have any referrals to staff?
No, but I will next time. I've been thinking about some things for sure.
Okay.
I just don't know the right format and things like that. So
You
once
don't
I
have to
kind of
wait till
figure
these
out.
meetings. You can email.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Waller.
No referrals.
Councilmember Castle.
Nothing.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Rabaji.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
None.
And I have none. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn to the Community Financing Authority.
So moved.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. So thank you very much. Appreciate your participation. Okay, I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller.
Present.
Member Castle.
Here.
Member Khaludinowicz.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member Barrett.
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, do we have any blue folder items for this one?
Not for this agency.
Okay, we have 4 items on the consent calendar.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve all 4. I have a second.
Aye.
No, we can't call it yet. Any member of the public wish to address items C1 through C4 on the Community Financing Authority?
I have no comments.
Okay, now I'll call the vote. All 4.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Let's see, now it's, there were no excluded consent calendar items for this. We'll jump down to E, public participation on non-agenda items. Does anybody wish to address the Financing Authority? Not the City Council, the Financing Authority. Anyone online?
I have none.
Okay. So jumping to referrals to staff, does anyone have a referral to staff? Just jump in if you do.
No.
Okay, looks like none. I'll take a motion to adjourn back to the regular open session of the City Council.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously. So now we're going back to the normal agenda, and we'll jump back in.
Roll call.
Oh,
Need to do roll call.
oh yeah. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Khaludinowicz.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light. Thank you.
Here. Sorry about that. Thanks for catching me. Let's see, jumping to item G, blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, we have J1, public participation on non-agenda items, public communications, and that's it. Thank you.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to receive and file all the blue folder items. All 4?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Jumping to item H, the consent calendar. We've already pulled H10. I'm going to ask that we pull H15. And does anyone else have anything they'd like to pull from the consent calendar? No? Can I get a motion to approve H1 through H14 with the exclusion of H10, which has been pulled?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, does any member of the public wish to address items H1 through H14, with the exception of H10, which has been pulled? Anyone online?
See, I have no e-comments and no one online.
Okay, so I'm going to call the vote on H1 through H14 with the exception of H10. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so H12, adopt by 4/5 vote and title only, resolution number CC-2603-011, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2025-2026 budget modification to appropriate $27,000 in additional grant year 2023 state Homeland Security Program grant funds to the intergovernmental grant funds. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we go to item I, excluded consent calendar items. I pulled H15 because I anticipate there will be a split vote, not because we have to talk about it, but does anyone wish to bring anything up new regarding H15? I don't see you as a speaker. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very quick, I wanted to thank the city attorney's office for, among other things, quickly preparing the resolution. It's very detailed. I think it captured everything that was discussed, and very quick turnaround. So thank you. Just a few things to just recap. In this particular instance, there was no accusation, let alone any evidence of sales to minors. I want to say if there had been, this would have been a 5-minute hearing, automatic revocation. I don't think there'd be any question about that. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, we didn't have any kids involved in this. Just want to reiterate the specific tobacco ordinance that currently governs at the time of this enforcement action, which occurred early last year, and controls, mandates, at least from my perspective, shall be suspended for 60 days. And that's what we have. And, you know, that's also consistent with all the state laws that this action was brought under, the Health and Safety Code, the Business and Professions Code. The very things that we're enforcing upon also call for a suspension for a first violation, and actually for, in some instances, a lot less than what we're doing. Unfortunately, as well, our smoke shop ordinance was not in effect at the time of this action. That smoke shop ordinance is very strict. It's very well spelled out. I think we were unanimous on it. Various council members took the lead, including Councilmember Kaladerovich and others. And fortunately, that new smoke shop ordinance makes clear that it controls. The old tobacco ordinance, which is inconsistent, if it is, that's out. Any enforcement action for any smoke shops or any tobacco retailers, arguably, depending on those definitions, would be subject to our new strong smoke shop ordinance, but it wasn't in effect at the time. So, you know, to summarize, the resolution that was agreed to at the last meeting, it's very strong, has very strong conditions, has an automatic suspension in the event of any violation of any kind, including any violation of the conditions of our smoke shop ordinance. It includes a $50,000 payment, which is appropriate, and automatic inspections as requested. And in fact, this resolution includes every single thing that any council member and mayor asked for, even for those council members who didn't vote for it, and that's fine, and not typically, you know, my practice, but everything's in there. And so that's why I'm supporting this. I've spoken to residents about it. And, you know, finally, I'll say this. In light of all the things we just discussed, it's possible we'd have a lawsuit. We wouldn't back down from that. We have an excellent city attorney who would defend the lawsuit, perhaps win that lawsuit. But, you know, that's going to require time and expense. And if it took $40,000 to investigate and present to the council this enforcement action, probably to litigate this would be $40,000 or more. We could lose, I don't know. But if we did and that lawsuit came forward, we'd lose the $40,000. This isn't about the money. We'd lose that $40,000. We'd have attorney's fees, and that would not be a great result. So I'm very confident. I'm supportive of the strong resolution, and you know, we're going to be moving forward aggressively on our new smoke shop ordinance. So that's all, Mayor. Thank you for giving me a little time to explain that. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Appreciate the explanation, and for the public who didn't participate, that was a good summation of what happened at the last meeting. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, I agree with everything Councilmember Barrett just said. To be clear, it's a $40,000 payment in restitution that the business owner is going to have to pay to the city. For those residents who reached out and said, you know, we don't like smoke shops, totally agree with you. We're trying to reduce the number of smoke shops, which is why, thanks to Councilmember Kaladerovich's leadership and initiation, we enacted a very strong smoke shop ordinance. And the police department has heard that policy directive from us, which is why another smoke shop was shut down. Its license was revoked, its business license was revoked, and it did not appeal. So the number of smoke shops in the city is going down and will go down to 5 eventually in due time. And for the reasons that Councilmember Barron stated, money back into the coffers to continue investigations, prosecutions, and shutting down of bad businesses of all types is what this achieves with strict conditions. So thank you. Thank you, City Attorney Ford, for putting it together so quickly.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I have no other hands up. I'm going to tell the public that on this one, it's a little bit different because it was a hearing that has been closed. There will be no public comment since there was no substantive change to the direction of the council in that hearing. So we will go straight to a vote. Item H15, all for?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. So that is a 3-2 vote. It's a split vote. The motion carries.
Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2603-012 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, granting the appeal of the decision of the hearing officer designated by the city manager, which revoked business license number 330177 issued to the Manhattan Beach Smoke Shop, DBA Redondo Smoke Shop and Hookah located at 2205 Artesia Boulevard, Unit A, Redondo Beach, California 90278, under the ownership of Free Russ Adamo, which thereby granted a reinstatement of business license number 330177, but only upon completion of certain requirements and subject to new conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now going down to item J, that's public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the council and mayor, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. We will take written requests first, and I do have some written requests. So first is Gil Escontreras and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Evening. My name is Gil Escontreras. I'm in District 1. And I'd like to take a brief moment to speak about the quiet but meaningful role volunteerism plays in our community. Strong communities are not built by policy alone. They are strengthened by residents who willingly give their time and energy for the benefit of others. Volunteers work without pay, without formal job descriptions, without overtime, and hopefully without political agendas. They step forward simply because they care, because someone has to do it. When we encourage volunteerism, we promote the greater good and reinforce solidarity. Recognition and acknowledgement should extend to all volunteers in volunteer organizations, not just people from organized, formalized, subsidized, or part of a city network. Service is service. Commitment is commitment. The structure behind it does not diminish its value. Many individuals and groups work quietly, consistently, and without exception of return or expectation of return, yet their efforts help hold our community together. Acknowledging volunteers is not about praise alone. It highlights the shining examples of humanity. It reinforces compassion, responsibility, and generosity, values that matter, especially despite any differences we may have. These examples remind us that our shared commitment to one another is greater than disagreements. Even during challenging times, civic engagement should continue in a constructive and respectful way. Participation fosters stability, unity, and mutual respect. When residents remain involved, it strengthens trust and reinforces the community responsibility it's shared. In that spirit, I'd like to share an upcoming example of collaboration. On Saturday, March 14th, from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., a community dog and cat vaccination clinic will be held at Dominguez Park at the Redondo Beach Dog Park. Rabies vaccinations will be provided free of charge. Nobody pays for rabies vaccinations. We will take care of it. We will pay for it. okay? I would hope that each of you take note of this and pass this information on to our residents and neighbors. Currently, I have sent flyers to each and every one of you, yet I don't hear anything about it. Again, one of the biggest things that this effort supports is public health. It underscores the importance of animal welfare, our pets providing companionship, emotional support, and stability. They are members of our families, and protecting their health strengthens the well-being of community as a whole. Community strength begins with participation by the community and for the community. Again, free vaccination clinic for rabies vaccinations, free rabies vaccinations for free, and any other types of vaccinations will be offered at reduced rates, including microchipping at the Redondo Beach Dog Park. So we're prepared for quite a few people. Thank you.
And that's at Dominguez Park?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Dog Park.
Thank you for doing that. Okay, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Quinn, Ahmad, and Humzo, if I said that right.
Hi, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And I didn't want to take too long earlier, but I did want to mention your Mayor Jim Light's influence on me when you came to my front yard with Bill Brand and talked about the environmental impact reports and how that whole thing would work. I had never heard of such a thing. Then Bill, as I called him, he insisted I call him Bill, had me start a Facebook page, and you were one of the first people in there, and I asked at that time to just bring in articles and whatever information that could be helpful, and you started shooting articles at me, and I thought, well, hey, this is something that I can do. I can get behind this, and so thank you for that. Also want to thank Councilmember Barrett, because I know you were rooting for us on the inside, even though you weren't going to say anything.
No emotion.
A couple of things. Okay, so my next door neighbor, he was at that first meeting, or one of the first meetings. I don't know if you were there when the time that my next door neighbor he's an LA Fire Department search and rescue guy. And he came over and told us and Bill about this crossing at 182nd Street. And so that was the first thing that Metro had to acquiesce to. So he said, I texted him after we got our decision, he said that the fire department guys at the Lawndale station in Hawthorne, they're stoked over the decision. And so it's the best thing for public safety as far as they're concerned. The other thing I wanted to mention is one of our friends in Lawndale's been checking the docket, and there's been no lawsuit against Metro for their decision on Hawthorne Boulevard. So looks like that's going to go through. So anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Quinn, Ahmad, and Humzo, if I said that right. Okay, before you start, do you guys want 3 minutes between the three of you, or do you want 3 minutes each?
We can do 3 minutes between three of us.
Between the three of you? Okay. The floor is yours. Did I say Humzo right, or?
Yeah, you, Ahmad, Quinn, and Vaughn.
Hamza's not here, so.
So good evening, council members and Mayor Light. My name is Ahmad Mogul.
I'm Quinn Orchidavici. And I'm Vaughn Marcellus. We are seniors at Redondo Union High School from all across Redondo Beach.
And we love to play basketball. So basketball is an activity the younger and older members of our community can do to decompress and exercise after fulfilling all of our responsibilities. In my experience over the course of my schooling, I've had less and less of an opportunity to go and shoot some hoops with my friends. Back in elementary and middle school, we would get 30 to 45 minutes to move, play, and overall clear our minds during recess. But now as high school students, we don't get that same opportunity. By the time we're done with our educational responsibilities, whether it's studying for an exam, doing our homework, or even working a part-time job, the sun has set, the parks are dark, and our outlet to decompress and exercise isn't there anymore.
So our goal is to work collaboratively towards extending park lighting hours to 10 p.m., as well as installing infrastructure to bring more light to basketball courts.
We asked this in hopes to ensure that the next generation of Redondo students, since we are seniors, will have access to a safe space to decompress and exercise and band together as a community to play the game we love. And then we recognize that extending park lighting hours may result in increased electricity and maintenance costs, as well as concerns regarding nighttime disruption. But with that in mind, we humbly ask for time in the next meeting to discuss further about the issue and explore a balanced compromise.
So by county standards, Redondo Beach is already considered a park poor city, and this shortage is very evident when you notice that across the 70,000 residents in all of Redondo Beach, there is only 6 public basketball courts, 0 of which being in South Redondo itself. And out of all of those courts, only 1 is consistently lit up, being Perry Park. And so because of that, with Perry Park being the only lit up court, it ends up carrying most of the demand for all of the courts within Redondo Beach. And with that also being reserved often on weeknights for like youth basketball league practices, you often just show up and there's just no availability, there's no space to play. So at that point, there's very limited options. You can either go home or go travel pretty far to wherever is somewhere lit up, or you can play in a dark court, which is hard to see in and sometimes just unsafe. Basketball courts are places where people from different schools, ages, and neighborhoods both meet each other and can bond over the game of basketball. And in our opinion, investing in lighting for more courts in Redondo Beach wouldn't just mean more places to play, but it would mean investing in an outlet for Redondo residents that matters, both for physical and mental health, but also for building a stronger community. So we're out of time. Thank you.
Clarifying question.
Yes.
So you mentioned Perry Park. Where else would you want to play?
So there's 6 different basketball courts across Redondo Beach. There's Wilson Park, there's Eaton, it's like Greg Eaton Parquet. There's just Del Page Park, Greg Parquet, and
we can look up this.
I'm just saying which
there one you
specifically
prefer?
one? Do you have one?
We were thinking Wilson Park is specifically like it's less residential, it's more spaced out, so it wouldn't be as much of a disturbance to neighbors.
So at Anderson Park, there are currently lights installed. However, those lights aren't on at night.
Right.
So
which court?
Anderson.
At Anderson Park.
Anderson.
So that's just the one example that we have.
Would you gentlemen email me? I would like to talk to you more about this.
For sure.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So I want to applaud you for coming up. I did read a comment somewhere on social media. I don't know if any one of you were the ones who did that, but this is the proper way to do it. And I want to tell you, this is how we got a skate park on the pier. It was from kids coming up, high school kids coming up and telling us the need. So appreciate you coming forward. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, the last card I have is Teresa Mitchell.
Hi, I'm Teresa Mitchell, District 4, and I'm coming because I wanted to give an update on the North Redondo Beach Farmers Market that we've been working on since October. We were expecting to be on the consent calendar for council approval in February, but we're still waiting on staff a little bit. But the market is moving along. We're making great progress. We set up a nonprofit organization so the revenues from the farmers market will get reinvested into the commercial areas in District 4, similar to how Riviera Village works, instead of it just going out dispersed into private organizations. We began site evaluations and day and time analysis in October and have selected Wednesdays from 2 to 7. So there's an evening market to supplement the other markets, and Green Street, closing Green Street between Vanderbilt and Artesia next to the library. And I think that's identified in the ACAP as a potential closed plaza area to add more community space to the Artesia and Aviation Corridor. Right now, I think we initially spoke with the mayor and the community service and library directors in mid-November, and we got feedback in mid-January with the guidance for setting up a special event permit. It is currently with Community Service Development District. We're still waiting for our our appointment with all of the department heads to get that approved. Hopefully it's in the next week so that because once we need that in order to move forward with Department of Agriculture permits, Health Department, getting sponsors, getting a market manager. So our current target is April 22nd for opening. So if we get that permit soon, we can move forward. If we don't get it, it will likely push the start date back. And I know council and mayor and staff has been very supportive and very engaged in it, in getting these permits and feedback, as was a Public Amenities Commission. So we're just wanted to send our appreciation, and hopefully we can kind of get this over the finish line in the next week or so. But I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And well done. Let's not applaud after every speaker. Okay, so it's open to anyone who wishes to address the council. If you do want to show that you like something, show your hands. If you don't like it, you can go thumbs down. I allowed it for the students, but from now on, let's use our hands one way or the other.
Hi, Georgette Gander, District 2. I would just like to briefly talk about the ballet that was presented this weekend. There were 2 showings on Saturday and Sunday from the Redondo Beach Ballet, who are on Artesia Boulevard. They've been established for 14 years. One of the directors is Francesca Stern. The other one is Donna Perkins, and Francesca's husband is the CFO. And the presentation was incredible. This is the second show they've done in the last couple of months. And they are a company who is interested in seeing Redondo at some point maybe subsidize the arts in Redondo in terms of, you know, they're doing ballet and dance, but they could do more performances with more money, maybe a children's choir, kids drama, jazz group. It'd be wonderful. But they do a lot in the community to help. I just want to read part of their vision. Dance has the power to facilitate emotion, to change a life. Redondo Beach Ballet is a passionate advocate for dancers in the training and pursuit of classical dance education, whereby empowerment exudes from every dancer as they delve into the philosophies of classical education. So I would like to present this to you, if I can get a motion to receive another gift.
Receive and file.
I love to distribute things.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Okay.
I would like to encourage, if this isn't your thing, as opposed to throwing this program away, maybe you can pass it on to someone, a parent for their children, or to someone who might be interested in attending. It was an incredible performance. They had over 40 scenes in 2 acts, and they are extremely talented. With that said, I just want to emphasize, especially what you were just talking about, the smoke shop. I sincerely hope that the survey, we paid over $60,000 to someone to do the survey to.
So that was on the agenda, so we can't allow it on non-agenda items.
Oh,
sorry.
Well,
are you referring to the cannabis survey?
I'm just referring to the issue of the vote from a few weeks ago when they did a presentation. Can't talk about it? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on any non-agenda items? Anyone online?
I see no one on Zoom and no e-comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next item coming up is item N1. This is on the general plan. Land use designations for parcels related to the Redondo Beach Unified School District. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to turn this over to Planning Manager Sean Scully to give the presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Mayor, members of the City Council, Sean Scully, Planning Manager. And the item before you tonight is to get direction from the City Council on land use designations for 3 Redondo Beach Unified School District properties: Alta Vista Elementary School site, the former Franklin School site, and the Lincoln Elementary School site. So this comes from previous action of the council on January 20th, 2026. At that meeting, you may recall, council had determined the allowed FARs for all the city's public institutional designations. The PI designation, it's 0.75 for all the properties except for 3, City Hall, the City Annex, and the Beach Cities Health District campus. City Council also determined at that meeting to maintain the existing land use designation, the P designation, on the AES site as well as the SCE transmission tower corridor. What council also did was request some additional information on 3 specific sites, and we're going to go through those tonight to determine what land use element designation should be placed on these Redondo Beach Unified School District properties. Just real quickly, the 3 locations are all currently designated with the P designation, and the next slide it'll have a breakdown of what the 3 designations, the existing P, the proposed PI, and also the OS designation. The P designation at all 3 of these sites is going to be replaced with either PI or OS. So, just generally, there's a lot of information on this slide, but the existing P is really, it's a catch-all for anything public. Parks, open space, government administration facilities, capital facilities, et cetera, including, open space. Then the new designations, PI and OS, they serve to break those two, that single designation into a government facilities designation and a specific parks and open space designation. We also have I went through the FARs for the PI. Just for information, the OS has a max FAR proposed at 0.20. So in your package, there was a couple of letters of request from the Redondo Beach Unified School District. And simply put, their request was for all Redondo Beach Unified School District properties should be designated public institutional. They should have the PI designation per the Redondo Beach Unified School District. So the next series of slides to help guide the discussion on this are a series of visual slides that are aerial photos that show the current land use element designation in the land use element and for the update. And then, so this slide, we'll start with Alta Vista, and then we'll move on to Franklin, and then the Anderson and Lincoln site. So you'll see the west of Julia Avenue, it's all open space. All the green is open space. And the line, on the east side of Julia Avenue, you've got open space on all the ball fields to the north of the actual school facility. And that's the current proposed draft land use element designation. And then after this was back in June of 2024, after we got the input from the school district, the planning commission and staff recommended all the school district properties, those 2 properties that are east of Julia that are blue, those are owned by the school district, and that those would be designated PI, and then the city-owned property in the park on the west side of Julia Avenue would be OS. And then, kind of drilling down to this, into this a little bit more, as an option, we are looking at that exhibit on the right is probably a little easier to read. So everything under the red line is actual school facility property plus playground area for the school. So as an option, the city council could designate that area, which is on the left exhibit there, photo, as blue, PI, and then everything, all the ball fields above that would be the OS, open space designation.
So before you leave that slide, just a question for clarification. Is that area that's north of the actual school, is that fenced off for the school right now as a playground? I've never been to that section.
Yeah, that red line follows the fence line.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
But just to be clear, Mayor, everything outside of that fence line is accessible to the public without traversing it.
Yes. So then moving on to Franklin School, which is now Friendship Campus. This is the current draft land use element designation, and it's this entire property is owned by the school district, and it's all currently designated in the draft as open space. Again, after the input from Redondo Beach Unified School District, the Planning Commission and city staff are recommending that the actual school facility, that is Friendship Campus, get the PI designation, and the adjacent Franklin Park, the open space designation. And then moving on up to the Lincoln Elementary School, Anderson Park location. This is the current land use element designation in the draft land use. And the two properties, the PI property and then the middle stripe, that OS property, those are both owned by the school district. And then Anderson Park has the open space designation. So this is the current draft land use element designation. And then again, after the input from the school district, Planning Commission and city staff recommended, this is in summer of 2024, that all the school district property, so you have the school on the southern property, then you have the school ball fields and blacktop area. There's also the senior center there. That's all owned by the school district. That's proposed or recommended to be PI, and then of course Anderson Park open space. And there's another option here. Proposed option could be that the ball fields, similar to down in Alta Vista, those would be designated as open space, and then the blacktop and the school property would have the PI designation, and then the park would have open space.
So that green, going back, I'm sorry, Mayor. Could I ask a?
Yeah.
So the green portion there above where it says Lincoln School is what you're saying is an option for open space?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
To clarify that too, that is fenced in, that space, and separate from the public access to Anderson Park. Is that open space then used by the students during the day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's, okay.
Is it accessible to the public?
No, it's not accessible.
It's not. It's a little, that's where it's different from Alta Vista scenario.
AYSO would use it with the permission of the school district under, you have to have a lock in the code
Do we
to
count
enter.
this in our open space element?
We do not.
But we count the Anderson Park portion?
Yes.
On the north side?
Yes.
Okay.
And Little League also
Thank you.
uses that.
That's right, Little League also.
So I'm clear that this area that we're referring to where you had your cursor, that's used after hours, after school hours for both Redondo Beach Little League, almost year round, AYSO, almost year round, and they have access. And the gates are actually open most weekends, including evenings for practice. So there is public access during the day. Councilmember Kaladerovich is correct. It's locked up. So it's,
I would say an additional use off hours is historically our adult softball leagues have played out of that space as well. So it hasn't just been the youth leagues. We have had adult recreation activity in those spaces as well.
yeah, and I've gone over there several times when my kids were younger and flown kites and the like. And I mean, it's open, and the school district's been good about that, having public access.
We're trespassing.
No, it's open. It's open.
I mean, it is similarly used like Adams is used. It's used at night for just about every recreation activity, and the weekends. They're similar in that sense.
They're similar.
In Paris.
Okay, but
Little similar, little different, but similar indeed.
okay, continue, please.
Okay. So there's one more slide before the recommendation. This is just to let the council know there'd be a follow-up consistent zoning process that would apply the city zoning designations to both both PI and open space. And for the PI, public institutional designation, that would get a PSF, school facility zone designation or zone. And development standards for that are determined by Planning Commission design review. But as I think we discussed a little bit at the January 20th meeting, the PSF zoning standards would only apply to non-classroom facilities. So there's a lot of exemptions for school district. Anything classroom, any new classroom facilities are not subject to local zoning. The open space, parks and open space designation would get a PPRO, Parks, Rec, and Open Space Zone. There are development standards, a 0.25 FAR there, a building height of 30 feet, 2 stories, and then setbacks as determined by Planning Commission design review. And then one final note.
Yeah, that's a question I was going to ask.
We'll double check that because the actual designation in the land use is 0.20. So if that could be something that would be amended through this process to be consistent with the general plan. I pulled that out of the zoning code. It's existing 0.25. We'll double check though. But that inconsistency would get rectified and that zone designation that FAR would be reduced down to 0.20 ultimately. And then environmental status, just, what we're proposing or what we're discussing tonight is so minor. It fits within the purview of the certified program EIR. So there's no environmental implications from what we're proposing. And then also, any for future projects for development on any of these sites would be subject to CEQA at a later date with that project. And with that, staff's recommendation is to take any public testimony and then provide direction to staff on the general plan land use designations for the 3 properties. And we're available for questions. And we have other slides as well. They're in your package. There were a whole series of slides. So whatever you need to look at, we can pull it up.
Could you go back to your 3rd recommendation on Alta Vista, your current recommendation?
Okay.
Or revised, whatever you want to call it. No, not that one.
Oh, this
that
one? Yeah.
So in this case, I support this version. And I do think to the extent that we deviate from what's currently called a park and is publicly available as a park, if we decide to make it school PI, we should revise the open space and conservation element to reflect what is the actual park land, like we did, as we went through that. We didn't include any other school spaces, public open space, or counted as parkland, if it wasn't designated as a park. So I support this version. If you could go down to Franklin, your current recommendation, I think this makes logical sense to me. And if you go down to Anderson, I will defer to the council member from that district. You have better, I don't know how that's used there. I'm okay with with either outcome, but I will defer to the council member from District 5. So with that, Councilmember Obaji, you've got your hand up.
Sure, I agree with you, Mayor. I'll just say briefly, I think residents would be in for a rude awakening if they approach just looking at this Anderson Park. Of course, I'll defer to Councilmember Barron on it. But if they approached that baseball field over there in the lower corner, even if it's fenced off, and then all of a sudden a building was going there, I think they'd be shocked. And they're not expecting that. And the residents are expecting, when we just heard it from our seniors, that we're park poor. They acknowledge we're park poor, that some of our open space is being consumed by buildings. I think that would be surprising, and that should instead undergo, environmental analysis or public debate before a zone change like that occurs or a use change like that occurs. So that's all. Thank you.
So you'll defer to Councilmember Barron, but you prefer the option shown before us right now.
Yes.
Oh, no, you prefer that be called open space.
Right.
Yeah.
That is the option before us. So they've labeled PI with blue, and they've only done PI over the senior center and.
Got it. You're right. Got it. Okay, let's see, Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree on Alta Vista and Franklin. I think that makes perfect sense to separate it that way. Franklin is not a school anymore, and the back half there is a park. It wouldn't make sense to have the Friendship Campus be open space, so making that PI and having the rest be open space, perfect. Alta Vista is outside the boundaries of the school. I also agree then at that point that that is true open space. It's open to the public at any time. I do have a little bit of worry about Lincoln making that light green area considered PI or considered open space, only because it is fenced off. It's used by the students during the day. It's used by the students in the after-school care. I know that the kids use that whole field, and the gates are not opened until 6 p.m. On school days. So to have that, it is open, but it's literally used by the school up until 6 p.m. every day. So I would think that I would keep that part PI, but definitely the parking lot and the senior center is not open space. I don't see that as being open space at all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a few questions for staff. When we do these, going back to planning manager Scully's slides, which you don't have to go back to, whatever zoning we put here, we're not restricting the school and building new classrooms and other things. Is that right? This is just.
That's correct. It's particularly classrooms. If they were to build some other facility that's not classroom, then whatever zoning we have upon that, if it's going to be on that portion of their property, it would be subject to the local zoning regs.
Non-educational buildings would be.
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, what I'm hearing from council members Waller and Kaladerovich is sort of resonating with a little bit with me. Hey, this is gated off. Should that be, I mean, does that make it not open space? Does it matter if we call it open space? By calling it open space, are we shackling or doing anything to the school district? That's my question.
I mean, I think on its face, you're not harming the district's ability to build facilities that educate the community in any way, shape, or form. The only theoretical adjustment that would be made is if you were to classify it as OS versus PI and effectively change the FAR caps, would be in the event that a proposed alternative to the site be envisioned. However, in that scenario, it would have to be beyond the scope of the PI zone. And if it were to be beyond the scope of the PI zone, it would be subject to different regulations anyway, either state statutory requirements associated with housing, or potentially, if not covered by state law, it would be subject to Article 27 and our process for zoning redesignation. So there isn't going to be much in the way of a limiting factor for the school district by classifying it OS or PI. I think what we have to decide is what makes the most sense for how it's being used. And I think you're all citing on the very critical distinction, which is it truly open space or is it primarily still school-used space? And I think that's the trick with Anderson.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And is it mutually exclusive? I'm looking at the definitions. Can you have something that's used for open space, sports fields, yet also is being used by, for educational purposes? So is it mutually exclusive? Because the reality is, it's owned by the school, and this applies to all the sites in a way. It's owned by the school district. Children, to the points of the fellow council members, are out there during a school day. Does that mean, no, that's public institutional and it's exclusively, or could that also be open space because it's open space? I mean, you look at it, or does the fence make a difference? What's the right answer here is what I'm looking for.
Do you guys want to comment on how you would view the term open space?
I would say if the field is limited to use by only the school, then it would not fall into the open space category. It's not available to the public. If it is, and it's one of these, passive parks or sports fields, and it would fall into the open space definition. Because we are in the process of updating the land use element, we can also amend these definitions a little bit.
Yeah.
So we can modify this open space definition to recognize how school properties that may be within it are treated, that they can, for existing school properties, they can use school facilities there.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
So with all that, what do you recommend?
Well, I would recommend the options that we presented in the slide, the modified options.
Yeah.
And then I would recommend this one as well. I do think it meets the definition of open space in the sense that there is some public accessibility to that property, and it is a sports field. So I think it would fit into the definition, and it would not impact the school's ability to build educational facilities there at some point in the future if they choose to do so.
Thanks for that. Would it block any use by the school district of that site by labeling it open space?
No, they still would have full control over the site and whether or not any of our community organizations are able to access those fields. They would have the same discretion in the future as they have today.
Same. Okay. Anything else you think should be taken into consideration with respect to this one?
Not that it's at issue, because I think the council's coalesced around this, but as noted, the property that sits south of the Anderson Park Senior Center, north of the current school site, I do believe the district has envisioned additional classroom space in that sort of blacktop area.
Yeah.
We strongly recommend that we leave that quadrant a PI designation.
And that's what's recommended here?
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, with that makes sense to me. I'm still cogitating a little bit, and probably have people from the public here too.
And just to be clear, I mean, while we find this a tweener, I mean, this isn't something we have strong feelings about. We truly believe the council can go either way with this. It's a reflection of your vision for our land use designations more so than a textbook definition here. So feel free on either option.
And I'll say I like the idea of identifying it as open space. Hey, here's more open space. And we heard, as the mayor said, from kids saying we want more space. It's not going to have any impact on the school district's ability to use it, control it, build it for educational purposes. So staff is recommending it. I mean, I asked the Community Development Department Director point blank. He said this is what he recommends. So, okay, I'm going to go with the staff's proposed option. At least that's what that's my preference.
Appreciate it. And I think one key thing to point out is, as we mentioned, it would not impede the school's ability to use the property. If the school at some point decided to sell this property or dispose of it, it would have the open space designation, which would be carried with the property. So that's an important factor, that if it was at some point no longer school property, the general plan and zoning would prevail.
Oh, that's good. Okay, well, I support that proposed option. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yeah, I can see how this may appear to be somewhat ambiguous, but I would say that the reasoning that we're using to define Alta Vista Park as the fenced-in space that is not open to the public, we're using different reasoning if we were to go with this as open space, because similarly, the Alta Vista, the field that is used for, let's see, the soccer field, open after hours, after school is done for training, same thing. So we're using two different criteria for two different parks. And I would say that while what we're saying at Anderson Park is that well, it's really heavily used by the community, and so that they think of this as open space. And I think while we're not limiting the district's ability to develop the property that they own, with this designation, should Anderson be changed, or the property around Lincoln Elementary be changed to open space, I actually think that we would be discouraging the district for opening up their property for the community, because now we are saying, well, you're using it this way and we're taking it. So I would hate to make that determination. I think that we're thankful that the district has so much property that they are open for the community to use that space. And I think we get into very tricky ground if we are gonna make that determination, the difference between Alta Vista and Anderson.
So what would you recommend?
I would just recommend that we follow the fence line. So I agree with this designation here for Alta Vista Park, where we follow the fence line of the property that is clearly open to the public at all times of the day. I agree with, if we go to Franklin Park, staff's recommendation, the Friendship Campus is clearly a campus, and Franklin Park is a beloved park. So I agree with that. And for Anderson, I would say that we follow the fence line that is open to the public at all times of the day. So I would say it ends where the fence is between proper Anderson Park and where the fence, that's right, that line right there, that's it. Yeah.
One trick to that notion, as I know you're aware, the fence line in this case actually then jogs south. If you could keep that cursor going there, Sean.
Okay.
It jogs south, and then now it goes east. Go back up to the middle, and then it goes east.
Okay.
So the senior center in that parking lot is actually open to the public. So there is, if we're using the fence line as a moniker, it is slightly different in that respect. But it is not clearly open space. It is a community center, and it's clearly, in my view, a PI zone. But that just so everybody understands, there's not a fence that runs along that parcel line.
Sure.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Waller.
To sort of continue on the thoughts, first off, 100% agree with Councilmember Kalajetovich's 3 proposals for the 3 sites. And part of the logic is, even if, yes, this Lincoln area is heavily used, so is the Alta Vista field, the Toledo field, the Paris field, the Adams field, and we're not setting those up as open space. To be consistent, we would then need to just basically say anything that's a field, football field at the high school, the baseball field at the high school, are all open space. And I don't see us doing that. So from a consistency standpoint, I think this we're looking at right there makes the most sense.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Abaji.
All right, so just trying to meet some middle ground here, and also based on a comment you made, Director Weiner, you said we could also come up with new definitions, right?
Yeah, so we're modify the existing definitions
Sorry,
to
come up
address
with
this.
new zones, potentially like a district open space. Is that something we could do, or no?
My comment was as it pertained to the definitions of open space and public institutional, that we could modify those definitions, specifically the open space, to address these school properties that may also coincide with being parks.
Okay, so district open space is not an option. We can't make some modified open space that's applicable just to district property.
Well, we could. But it would take some additional effort, and there may be some time involved with that.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
And I would say, I
that
think
idea's out the
the
window.
fear of losing open space, we have an elected school board. They have an approved process of any change to their property. that goes to voters. So I don't think that we're losing any control in that way.
In some cases, except housing.
All right.
Except housing.
Yeah. Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. The concern I have about doing the delineation between Alta Vista with no fence and Anderson Park with a fence that's open is if we're signaling that, well, if you have a fence around it, it's not open space, then the first thing that someone could do if you own that property, in this instance, the school district, is put a fence around it. I mean, that's what they would do, and they said it's no longer open space. So that, it's, accurate to say that it's behind a fence and therefore, but the result could be them putting a fence around Alta Vista and saying, well, it's not open space. The other distinction with this property is it is not an artificial turf field, it's a grass field, it's an open field, and that's different. Yes, the high school has some grass as well that we're not currently designating open space. This is a single continuous property that has all open area and grass and what have you. What moves me the most on this is hearing that there is no impact to the school district at all by designating this as open space. We're not tying hands, we're not preventing them from doing anything. This is a way to just recognize this. How is it used? It's used as open space. So if there is something, that would influence me if it said, hey, if you do this open space, that's a problem. I haven't heard it. And so, yeah, that's why I go and support the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castle.
I just wanted to speak up and say that I agree with Councilmember Kolodarovich that if we were to make the Anderson Park open space just because they allow the public to come into their property, I think that sends the wrong message, because I would again tell them to close the fence, keep it closed off from the public all day, and we had testimony from the public about how we're park poor in Redondo Beach, and I know a lot of citizens around the city use the school property, so I want to encourage the school district to keep those open. So I'd go with staff recommendation on that.
Councilmember Barrett.
I'll make a motion, two separate motions. First motion is to approve the staff proposal for Alta Vista and for the Franklin Park site. That's one motion. And the second motion is to approve staff proposal on Anderson, just split them.
I'll second both motions.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we go to a vote, I'll open this up to the public. Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Oh, well, we can still do that. There was no hand up.
Holly Osborne, District 5. I just hope we don't ever turn green space, that's open space, into a parking lot, okay? Keep it green as much as possible. And the background all this is, which some of you are too young to remember, but when the school district sold Aviation High School and all its surrounding fields and so forth, and most of it was turned into an industrial park, but there was a whole huge hunk of it that was going to be preserved as open space, and then plus the auditorium. And I regularly went over to that track because I worked right there at TRW. And then I came back from vacation one time and there were bulldozers bulldozing the green space. And I said, what are you doing? Oh, we're building a parking lot. And I came home and I called up our councilman. I said, what are you doing? The citizens voted to keep that open space. And he said, a parking lot is open space. And that started my activism, okay? Because first, especially now, green space, whether it's got a fence around it or not, is still contributing positively to the environment, okay? So we want to keep grass. And I don't know how that affects all the things that you're zoning and not zoning, but please do not allow the school district that turn their open space into a parking lot. Is that clear? Thank you.
No problems.
Georgette Gantner, District 2. So where is this coming from? Is it just to clarify what the area is supposed to be for the general plan? Is the school district saying, yeah, we want this, whatever, maybe they want it for a sale at some point, we're looking for future development? Well, I just want to know where this came from. I'm missing, if it was stated tonight, I missed that. Can anyone answer, or are we not allowed to answer? I guess not. Or can we?
I'm trying not to make this a question and answer period, so I'm going to hold to that.
All right, let me just say, is this coming from the city or from the school district? Can we just, is it coming from the city? Is it a city idea or a school district idea?
You're asking a question. We can get with you offline.
All right, that's what I want to know.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. During the Planning Commission meetings, while we reviewed this is the staff's recommendation is closer to what we were talking about. It makes more sense. We had some confusion because they had to do more with the lines and where they were being driven, and that was resolved. So the presentation that Mr. Weiner and Scully had presented pretty accurately reflects what we were thinking about. And it seemed to make the most sense. And to one of the points made, and we're talking the slight difference between two different schools, well, you could define them differently. I don't know why that would be an impossible thing to do. I know it's a little bit more work, but it might be a better way of clarifying it. But I think a couple of things to say here tonight is that we're talking as if the school district opens these properties up for the public all the time. That's not true. Not all the schools, or most of the schools, are not accessible after the schools are closed. So I think we need to clarify that point to the public. Beryl Street School, I used to live across the street to that. With school's out, that's shut up. It's locked up. Public can't use it. I went over there one time to mess around with my golf clubs, and someone tried to chase me off the course. So I can tell you firsthand that doesn't happen. And even the high school, I mean, the pool and the field there were promised to be open to the public as well. I don't think that's happened. So let's not paint too much rosy of a picture on this one here. Obviously, the schools, they're a little different, different locations. Alta Vista is different from, as we were mentioning, up north in Franklin and Anderson. It's not one of the size that fits all. We just have to fine tune it a little bit, making sure it works. So I recommend the staff's recommendation. I think it makes the most sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Teresa Mitchell, District 4. I'm going to recommend that the broadest use of open space be applied to the school districts, mainly because the school district jurisdiction falls under DSA if they are building for the schools. It only falls into another zoning code if it is either sold off or used for non-school use. So being more conservative and having more open space actually constrains private development on our open space, whereas it doesn't constrain the schools. So the more open space that we can have in these zoning designations, then the more protected our limited park spaces, particularly in Anderson Park and Franklin Park. I think Anderson is even in one of the highest denser areas of the three, so I'd like you to consider that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item?
Alexander Koki, District 5. I'd like to know that Alta Vista, especially the big green area that is being proposed to possibly be taken away as public space in this definition, is really important to the park, as kids always play there. There's always independent groups just playing softball games, kickball games, and it'd be a real shame if that space, somehow got taken away from the public, as Redondo already doesn't have that much park space, and I think it's really important that, especially for the South Redondo residents, we need to conserve all that open green space just for, exercise, running around, and all the kids that play there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, anyone online?
Yes, I have Erica Foster.
Go ahead, Erica.
Good afternoon. My only concern with designating the schools' playgrounds or the areas that the kids are on as open space would be if the public could have access to that at all during the school day because of the children's right to privacy and the children's safety. So that was my only comment on that one. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it, and there was no e-comments for this item.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I see no hands up. Does somebody want to make?
I'm sorry, I have a button push for motion. I don't know if you see that.
I'm sorry?
I pushed the button for motion. You don't see that? Doesn't show up? Okay. So I'd like to make a amendment to the second motion that the.
You want to do a substitute motion? Or you want to
substitute
make a
motion.
friendly amendment to the only motion on the floor right now?
Actually, we have two motions.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
it'd be a substitute to the second.
To the second.
To the second, because I was thinking it was one motion.
Perhaps we should address the first motion first.
Okay.
So anybody want to do a substitute motion or a friendly amendment to the first motion?
To clarify, the Alta Vista.
Alta Vista Franklin.
Alta Vista Franklin, and the Alta Vista proposal that you made a motion for is the staff one that follows the fence line,
Zigzag line, yeah.
zigzag staff line.
Yes.
Okay, everybody clear on that? Okay, I will call the vote then. All for the first motion on Alta Vista and Franklin.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, now the second motion. You wanted to make a.
So yes, I'd like to make a substitute motion to follow I think it's the 2024 staff recommendation, which is the straight line above the baseball fields and parking lot as PI.
Can you show that?
So basically following May Avenue as kind of the
Show this-
delineator.
This one here.
Just for clarity, you're talking about that.
Correct.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on that one?
I think we've talked.
Okay, well, I will call the substitute motion first. All for?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. This isn't a resolution, correct?
No, no
No, this is
resolution.
direction to us for just another element of the general plan update.
Come back?
Yes, it'll come back as memorialized in the updated draft general plan.
So I just want to
Land use
ask
zone.
Councilmember Barrett before I decide which way I'm going to go on this. What's your rationale for doing this differently than Alta Vista? You know, we followed the fence line in Alta Vista and it's shared after hours.
It's a few things. It's the fact that these have the baseball fields on the other side of the fence line of Alta Vista for the most part, if not 90%. It's grass, it's open space. It's the frequency of use at both of those areas, the Alta Space ball field area as well as Anderson Park. And really what comes down for me is just more open space, especially if it's not going to impact the school district or anybody. So I just thought it was important to recognize it as open space. It's important to me. It's not, the most important thing in the entire city to me. It's important for all open space, but I fully respect and understand, hey, reasonable minds can differ, and I respect other council members who have different views on it. So I'm okay with that.
And at Alta Vista in there, is there a soccer field?
Yes.
A formal soccer field?
Soccer field is used.
Turf.
Yeah, on the east side of the campus, there's an active turf
Within
field
that area, we would.
that's within the fenced area that was described is an active soccer field, and not just soccer, other uses.
Track.
There's a track?
Yeah. Can you pull up that picture?
I could show the picture. Eleanor, if you could pop the presentation up.
No.
There's a track around the field. I think so, yeah.
And we go here.
So, wait, go back.
Back to Alta.
Oh, which one we're going?
Alta Vista, the first.
The one that shows the property line right there.
Yep, down one.
That one right there.
Yeah, so see, there's a track around the soccer field where it says AV on the bottom right corner.
Not a.
It's not an oval, it's a rounded square, rounded rectangle. around the soccer field?
I was out there recently. It's, I think it's asphalt around the soccer field.
It is.
Yeah, so, but as I said, I'm fine with the decision of the council. I mean, we're going to have times when we disagree on things like this, and I'm okay with it. So.
Isn't
What is
democracy
included
fun?
in our current,
Democracy.
the draft open space element is, what's included on these two properties?
Land use, right? Oh, what?
I'm
Sorry, what was that? What's included?
What in our proposed or draft open space element, is this blue triangle that we're?
No, it's not.
How about it?
Go back to the original slide.
Yeah.
You have it. The draft is this. No, one, that's the current draft. Go back to that. Yeah, it's the current draft.
Okay.
That's it.
That's what's included as in our park calculations.
Interesting. I took a look at this before this meeting, and actually in our draft, it doesn't include that open space area owned by the district. It only includes the open space
to the left,
west of Julia.
And how about at
So it's
Franklin?
the other slide then.
Then, yeah, it reflects this.
Okay, how about at Franklin?
I think the whole.
I think
Not Franklin, I'm sorry,
Anderson.
Anderson.
Let's see, that would reflect, I think what they reflect, and I just checked on Alta Vista, I don't recall exactly, but whatever's in the current draft land use element is carried over into the open space element and calculated as open space in that element. Yes.
So if we make these changes, will we adjust
Yes.
so we have an accurate reflection of what's truly parks?
Correct.
Yeah, we'll have to adjust the calculations based on this direction.
So right now, we count those fields.
And that's part of the exercise here, is to have consistency between the two documents, which we currently do not have.
This is a tough one for me. I'll defer to the council's vote on this. I won't veto it. But I do ask that the open space element, the parkland calculations reflect the council vote this evening.
We will make sure that's the case.
So this will come back as part of the broader land use element adoption process. So the council will have the opportunity to review this again. We will bring the draft open space elements around that same time so that
Yeah, I just need to rehash the same thing.
Yeah, no, we'll ensure that the draft land use element and open space element reflect the same designations that
Are
we're.
you okay with that?
I am. Thank you for asking, Mayor. Thank you. I really appreciate
I'm on borderline.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So we're done with that one? That's all you needed?
Yep, that's all we needed.
That's all we need.
Okay, did we receive and file?
You don't need to receive
Oh, it was
files.
all-
This
that
is
was
all
all in the
direction
public,
about
yeah.
these 3 sites, yeah.
Okay.
Let me take if I may, a motion for a
10?
8:10.
10-minute break, sure.
Okay, we have a motion for a 10-minute break. We got a second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay. Students, if you need stuff signed, come
Get
on
your
up.
signatures, let's go.
Students, come up so we can get your signature. I mean, we can sign your paper. All over here. You can go give it to me. All of us are available. She's available too. Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Councilmember Kalitovich and Obaji. Absent at this time, and Mayor Light. Thank you.
Present. Okay, now we're going to go to N2.
All right, good evening, Mayor Light, members of council, Mike Cook, IT Director. This is a little bit of a special item as we don't normally take our administrative policy updates through council. But as we were reviewing the latest batch of IT policies that were getting updated as part of our regular review, we came across a couple that particularly pertained to the public interest or particularly going to be impactful to the organization longer term. So we thought this was a really good opportunity for us in the spirit of strategy and transparency to bring it in form in front of council and have a discussion about a few of the policy updates we're doing. So the first one that we wanted to pull up for you folks is an update to our current video policy. Now this was worked in very, very close coordination between IT, our police department, city manager's office, and HR. And this particular policy hadn't been updated in 11 years. And, in it was a pretty dated process. We had actually explicitly listed out every single camera that was at the city at the time, and it hadn't been updated in years and years. So we really want to take a look at the process in which new cameras and new sites are approved for use within the city. And we came up with a process that actually requires the approval of myself from a technical perspective, the chief of police from a security and safety perspective, and the city manager's office as a third approval for all new sites. We also align this policy with what a lot of other cities and public agencies are doing with their own camera approval processes. And then finally, we really badly needed to update the documentation surrounding about who gets access on the back end for support and who actually gets access within the police department to view them, who can view recordings, who can download recordings, all that sort of stuff was addressed as part of this update. And then moving on, the big thing that you hear all day, every day as an IT director these days is AI. And what I have up here is the definition of AI is actually the Britannica definition, which I have seen used in several different presentations that I've been to. And it is actually my personal favorite as well. And really the thing that sticks out to me is it defines that a computer is attempting to think and act, form intellectual processes that are mimicking that of a human being. So this is, learning from the past, learning from mistakes, learning from the information that is out there on the internet, and learning from the information that you may be feeding it if it's a closed model, to provide better tools, answer questions, and build things for you. So, AI is here. I am viewing this as being as impactful as us getting the internet 20 plus years ago in the office. AI is going to be that impactful someday. Even if you just look at how it was 6 months ago, 8 months ago, you used to question it. Now it's coming back with some pretty strong answers, and my guess is in probably 3 years, 5 years, the doubts that we have about it today are basically going to be gone. We're going to kind of implicitly trust the responses that it gives. And it's an enormous market. There are over 5,000 AI startups in the United States alone right now, in addition to the big ones that are out there, the Geminis, the ChatGPTs. There's just so much going on. And it is an area that is, ripe for experimentation, and that is absolutely something that we want to encourage, but it is also an area that I won't use the term misuse, but it's an area that is ripe for, potentially causing issues. So one of the ways that is probably the most common that you could potentially get into trouble with using these AI tools is typically the free ones are taking the information that you put into it, and they are saving that information to better feed and make their model better for other customers. So when you ask it a question, it's saving that question. When you upload a Word document full of your data in it, it's saving that Word document and using it to make itself better. Well, and they're using that data for all of their customers. customers, not just you in those free models. So we really want to focus on leveraging technologies that aren't going to share sensitive data of ours, that are going to be safe for us to use, while at the same time encouraging folks to try new things. This is really, there's some really cool stuff going on. We want to be able to grow with the times as well. So one of the other things that I wanted to tie into this as well is where we're going with strategy on this. Now we do have our citywide strategic planning session coming up toward the end of the month, and I'm certain that we will hear the phrase AI more than once as we have that conversation. We're likely going to be having conversations about where we want to go in the short term. One of the things that is kind of key to the policy is us actually selecting and procuring a generative AI tool for general city staff usage. I could also see us potentially looking at maybe replacing our web bot. I am hearing lots and lots of buzz about building and planning tools. I'm hearing lots and lots of buzz about procurement tools. So we're likely to come up with some goals in those areas, whether it may be just investigate if it's something we want to do, or actually set a goal to go purchase some products there. And then the other thing that I'm seeing is increasingly, we are seeing, even without our knowledge, existing things that we might have bought 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they are starting to integrate things, AI technologies into the back end of the systems that we already have. So as we do renewals, we are also going to do some review of the agreements and the cybersecurity controls and things that they have in place surrounding the use of technology in our existing tools. So like I said, both AI and cameras are likely to be included in our budget discussion. They're both likely to be included in our strategy. When we do finalize the camera policy, we're also going to be doing a site review. There's a few cameras that need to be purchased that are in a poor state of repair. So there's a few minor things that we need to do following the adoption of the camera policy, but that's kind of where we're going from a high level strategy. And just a slide with a lot of words that nobody needs to read. Just me sitting down and thinking as we were talking about strategy and AI and where all this is going, me just sitting down and looking like, what are the top 20, what are the top 25 things on my list right now? The ones that are highlighted in gold here have some aspect whatsoever, whether it be big or small, of AI incorporated in the thing that we're working on. So obviously generative AI product selection is there, but as we start to look at things like how do we create our own internal documentation for processes, even like new employee onboarding, making a video on how do you enter your payroll and making that available for a new employee to look at as part of their HR onboarding. The tools are out there literally recording your screen and taking notes for you of what you're clicking click by click so that you have the video of it along with the narrative of the steps and screenshots right alongside you. The person who's doing the recording is literally just entering their own time, and the system is capable of figuring out what you're doing and putting together the how-to guide for you. So it's absolutely incredible where these tools are going, and it's only going to grow. So we felt it was a good time to start talking about this. Obviously this policy is going to be reviewed regularly. I'd imagine in a year from now there's going to be new things we'll want to incorporate in it, and these are things that will change as the world changes around us. So just alongside just a quick note, we did update a few of the other policies within IT. We have a responsible use policy that really wasn't too far off of the current, but we did make some terminology updates. We did add some additional verbiage in there for cybersecurity. We did throw in some verbiage in there about using unauthorized tools for city business, like using personal Gmail accounts for city business as opposed to your city email, things like that. We did update our email communication policy. The big thing here is that we did expand the scope to include redondo.gov email addresses, which a little known fact, everybody actually has one and you can use it. So every redondo.org address does have its mirrored redondo.gov address now. And then there was a very old policy in there about that we retired for an eGov steering committee. Now, this was a very dated process about how it was a group of people that would actually, on a citywide scale, would assess new technology proposals, whereas in reality today we have a much more individuals, much more collaborative process between the department heads and the departments on how we select and implement tools. So those are kind of the big things that we have. This is just a receive and file item. So with that, I would just like to pause and open it up for questions and discussions with the group.
Yeah, and if I could add a few things. First, I would like to thank Mike for taking the time to research and really think carefully and thoughtfully about how we would want to refresh these policies. As he noted, many of them are stale. They're overdue for updating, and I'm glad that they're here. Just a point of note that was mentioned early in the presentation, APPs are signed under my authority and control kind of our internal operations. It is unique that we would bring these APPs forward for conversation. The reason we feel these items are a little bit different than our normal APPs is because they do have some public impact, right? The identification and placement of security cameras, as an example, is, I think, a matter of public concern. So we want to be careful and judicious in how we install cameras of that nature. We know important privacy protection continues to be for many of our residents. So what we've tried to do is develop a policy that is respectful of that, but also recognizes that this is a technology that can, in certain instances, be very helpful to us and very beneficial. And I think the big change in the policy that we've drafted thus far is that rather than just let these decisions be made at the department level, they have to be made in sort of the triumvirate, if you will, between a security application, IT from a support standpoint, and myself recognizing perhaps the need and the cost effectiveness of the install, right? Every camera, it may seem innocuous at the time, couple $1,000s here for the camera, hey, big deal. Well, when it's a couple $1,000s, and then you've got to add another, $100 a month of data security storage cost on an ongoing basis forevermore, that starts to add up. That becomes a budget item. So if we're going to install new cameras, I want to make sure we're installing them in areas that we have true value, right? That's the nature of this policy and its construct and the criterion that we're identifying for future installs. You'll notice that I haven't signed these policies yet. There's still a little bit of wordsmithing we're doing here in the finishing touches. There have been some good suggestions from all of you as I've drafted this and we've presented it publicly. Tonight is an opportunity for you to talk it through, provide your insights, your input. There will be things undoubtedly that we'll pick up that we may want to incorporate and include, small changes here and there. One area that I have noted that I would like to cement a little bit further is, and we don't use the exceptions policy much or section of these APPs much, but right now it says, with the, all exceptions have to be approved by me. We're actually, in some instances, I think for both the AI policy and the video security policy are going to add a in writing definition. That was a suggestion made by Councilmember Barrett. I like that. The reason for it is it holds our internal team a little bit more accountable. You can catch me in a hallway and say, hey, I'd like to put a camera here. And maybe I'm half paying attention and say, hey, sure, sounds good. They take that as gospel. We start the process. Perhaps we catch that later. These are important enough to where I'd like to have any of those exceptions codified. Candidly, I don't think there'll be any exceptions, but I think just making that statement in the document sort of affirms the importance and critical nature of that, of a communication like that. And in the case of the security cameras in particular, I do think one of the spirit of the exhibit and posting that online is so the public knows, not to the sort of the finite location in any particular facility where the camera might be installed, but that a camera is present if we were to add one at a park, or if we were to add one at the entrance here to City Hall, if we didn't have them here before. At least that way the camera is made aware through that exhibit, so we're posting that online. In the case of the security camera, if we were to make an exception, I'd also want to make you all aware of that. I may transmit that through email. I may do that through something else, a communique, but I think that's another area that we might update this final policy in its executed form. So just
the exception of those deployed for specific police operations?
Yeah, so in most of the camera installs are going to fit neatly into one of these criterion, right? They are. The only scenario that Mike and I really could think of and talking it through and some of the conversations I've had with Chief Springle, maybe there's a particularly exigent surveillance requirement where suddenly we're doing something very quickly and urgently. We're not taking the time to update the exhibit. It's an exception that I'm approving, and I would make you aware of that, right? I think think that would be kind of my commitment to you all from a public transparency standpoint. But I would do that in the most appropriate form available, given the circumstance that we've approved that exception, right? So I think that's kind of our thought there. These are different. These aren't, like I said, truly in exclusively internal. That's why we felt it important to kind of share with you what we're thinking here.
Yeah, and the policy does make a clear definition of a temporary camera for police investigation purposes versus something that's permanent installed for the city's purpose.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mike Cook, for working on this. It's pretty well thought out. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for bringing it here. There are a number of, the AI and technology components dovetail nicely with this council, and we have our tech gurus on the far side over there, including Councilmember Waller, who hopefully can continue to kind of look into this and work on these things. Just three things as well on that topic. For the exceptions, and you noted, I agree, having something in writing so that it's clear. If there is an exception to these policies, seems to make sense. And would you be, if you're putting it in writing, would you also be open to providing like a statement of the reason for the exception? Go ahead.
Yeah, if there's going to be a request, and I'm going to, in a sense, authorize that exception, I would like that to be part of the written sort of documentation of that, so there's some clear understanding. Otherwise, we should be theoretically updating the policy to reflect perhaps the new criterion that we're now considering. So that's why I think the exceptions will be, if ever, very few, because at some point then it's okay, hey, that's cue for Mike and I to update the policy to reflect perhaps the new thinking, right?
Okay. And do you have in mind a mechanism you want to discuss now about how the city council and mayor would be informed of an exception, so we have an understanding of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, depending on the nature of the exception, and again, we have struggled to think through scenarios where we would have an exception. But if one existed, it would likely be communicated through either an email with an attached form that we would use internally, or just a simple email description of why it's occurred and what's happening. In the event that it's something that might have to do with the exigent sort of investigation, it might not be something I communicate in writing, but something I just make you aware of where I can, sort of verbally. So it would depend on the nature of the exception. But, and again, I am struggling really to see that likelihood in the future, but those would be the two paths.
And you'll give a thought and maybe codify in the policy a mechanism so that the council and mayor are informed when those exceptions are made, so we could continue to follow and be up. Yeah, okay. And then number two, for the policy updates, and it sounds like this is evolving a little bit, are you able to, can you come back in some form to inform the city council and mayor about what the update is? Because that way we know how it's evolving and we can be aware of that.
Well, we certainly, any of our APPs are posted through our CNET, through our internal process, which are all available to you. When we do execute these in final form, which are going to look largely like what you see here, I think, unless there's really dramatic input today that reshapes our thinking, we'll make you aware of that so you can access those via link.
The finalized ones.
Finalized executed version of the APP.
And if those APPs are updated, as Director Cook mentioned, this is kind of fast evolving in some instance.
Yeah, as you mean future periodic updates. Yeah, as it pertains to items like AI and security camera work that isn't an internal function.
Yeah, and all of the APPs that are the subject of tonight's discussion, maybe put them on the consent, just, hey, here's a heads up, receive and file.
We can give you periodic updates as a receive and file, yes.
Okay, for the policy updates that are made.
And I imagine we'll have more updates, at least in the future, than we've had in the past, which are about, 15 years old in this instance. So
between 12 and 20.
Okay. And then to the mayor's point about the temporary uses of the surveillance cameras, and to your point, the exigent circumstances, will the mayor and city council at least get some report on how often that's done? Not necessarily the specifics, but that's happened 6 times, 9, just so we could keep track and be involved in and have an understanding of how often is this happening?
If it rises to more than a few in the next few years, yes. I just highly doubt there will be anything that routinely runs beyond these current drafts.
Of the temporary or exigent use of the cameras that aren't otherwise posted on the city website?
Correct.
Okay. So if it's more than a few, we'll hear about it, be able to understand what's going on. Yes? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a clarification request, I guess, on the APP 4.05 on AI. City data is referred a few places. For example, Section 4, Paragraph 1, third paragraph, and the second sentence. It talks about no other, after saying the city will have an AI environment, no other general purpose AI platform may be used to generate, review, or analyze city data. And by city data, I think it either needs to be non-public city data, or if city data is defined somewhere else, then it would refer to it and we would know that it's non-public data or private data or whatever the appropriate definition is for that, so that we're not telling people that stuff that's been published onto our website, like agendas and attachments and all that. There's no problem for you to go use your own AI to look at those, analyze those, summarize those, do anything with that kind of stuff. It's there, and it's a few other places I've noticed that city data is actually referred to, that it might be easier to define city data, and that way any place that refers to city data is clear that we're talking about this classification and not everything the city's ever produced.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that does need to have. So there's a separate information classification policy. It's got 3 tiers in it. Level 1 data is effectively the things that are protected by law: your HIPAA data, your criminal information data, your credit card information, social security number. And then level 2 are things that are not necessarily protected directly by a law that we would consider sensitive to the city, employee home address and phone number. Absolutely, those 2 things would fall in the category of being protected by what you just said. And then the things that are truly public information that we would freely post on the website, freely give out in a public records request, of course, those would be exempt from the policy. So we'll add the word sensitive in there, or I'll just explicitly list out levels 1 and 2. I think that's perfect.
Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Castle.
I just had a couple of questions. One, right now, the way it's written, it's reviewed by the IT director, the chief of police, and city manager. And I wanted to ask the city manager if it made sense, and it might only fall under the exceptions category, which are few and far between, to have the city attorney review those instances as well, because there may be some legal implications, especially if it's something that's out of the normal course of what we would do in terms of where we place cameras or how we're using the cameras.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we try not to do with these APPs is somehow water down the requirement that whatever we do still has to comport with the law, right? So in a sense, these APPs are already presumed that all of our installations and all of our uses of this technology are compliant in that respect. So everything, when we procure items through contract processes or service agreements, those are all reviewed by the city attorney's office. So we try not to further burden that workload through APP. Okay. We try to keep that through our other policies. But certainly in the course of criminal investigation activities, that's not going to apply to here, right? If there's a surveillance, that's happening through the judicial process in consultation with the prosecution's office, et cetera, when appropriate. And that would not be subject to this policy.
Okay, and then the second question I had, and since a lot of these cameras have been installed for 10, 15 years in some cases. And we had a list of locations, general locations where cameras were around the city. Does it make sense to move some of those cameras around to new locations? You mentioned that some need to be replaced in the sense that like you said, we had, it might have been free to install, but now it costs $100 a month per camera to maintain.
Yeah, I mean, that's me spitballing, but but that's, although not that far off, I think. I guess Mike can answer better, but while he's marinating on it, the one that jumps out right is we've got 54 cameras at the transit center. In an ideal world, we would reposition half of those to other locations that might be more useful if we had locations that were more useful. Those were installed at a time when the technology wasn't as robust as it is today, narrow scope of view, et cetera. Over time, as those cameras are replaced, hopefully we'll be able to reduce the total number.
Okay.
And then perhaps take advantage of whatever that savings is and deploy it more efficiently, right? That would be the goal.
Okay.
But those cameras that are there today, we can't just take and plug in somewhere else because they're probably already antiquated. And
right.
Yeah, exactly. So there's not any of what I would consider our current preference on make model capability that I would say are in a location that we would want to relocate.
Okay.
At the moment.
Okay. That's all I had.
And as a general rule, with the exception, if we were to build transit center today, we probably wouldn't do 54 cameras there. But the other locations are pretty well done in my opinion. And I've discussed this with our former police chief and our current police staff as well.
Yeah, the rest of the sites are pretty efficient. I mean, they really are.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. That's the last hand I had up. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
I don't see anyone online. I'm trying to, okay. And no oh, there he is. Okay, so Bob Pinsler.
Am I on?
You're on.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, I very much appreciate your focus on privacy and data security. Is there something listed regarding facial recognition? Secondly, I think when you get into the AI structure, one of the things you're going to have to do is educate people inside of the city and standardize perhaps on one AI platform, which may be difficult to determine right now since there is such flux in the market. But education of people using it would be extremely helpful. Finally, one thing, that eGov steering committee that you spoke about, part of the reason that it existed was that at the time, really very few people in the city knew what the hell they were talking about. And there were very few laws about it. So that's the reason that that committee was created. There's literally no use for it anymore. But that is the reason that it existed. Anyway, but the facial recognition part is important. And I think a statement on that really needs to be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to answer that if the.
Okay. Anyone else?
That's it.
Okay. So did you want motion to receive and file or?
Yeah, I think you provided some input. No, there's no action here. It's a motion to receive and file. I mean, you've discussed it.
In the public record already?
Yeah, just receive and file is the ultimate action here. Yes.
Okay. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Well,
You put your name.
I'm sorry.
Good. Okay.
May I?
Yes.
All right. On the facial recognition, and I know Director Cook is keen to this as well. There is a lot of concern about that in the community, and in the administrative policy and procedures, it specifically states facial recognition shall not be enabled unless approved by the city council as a feature of the surveillance system. And what I understand that to mean is even if a surveillance system has facial recognition technology, which most of them do now, that won't be turned on without the approval of the city council, which appears to be, a balanced way to approach it. There is certainly an exception for exigent public safety purposes as approved by the city manager, chief of police, and the IT director. If there's an exigency that can be approved, it would have to be ultimately with the city manager's approval. And it would be that kind of exigency that I understand would come back to us as part of our discussion we had earlier. That, that would be significant where it's being used and we want to know about it. Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. No, that's
Great.
well stated, and that I think was the answer that Mike would provide. It's clearly addressed in the draft policy as written.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that.
Yes, sorry, I didn't see your name. Okay, so we had a motion and a second to receive and file. All four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, going down to city manager items.
Nothing in particular. You covered most of them in your announcements. We do have the ribbon cutting Thursday at 4 o'clock for the North Redondo Beach Bike Path extension. That was covered by Councilmember Obaji. We do have a meeting next Tuesday, regular time, 4:30. We will have at least two discussion items. One, we'll have an update on council's aware we've done a bit of an analysis on youth ridership with BCT. There's been some discussion internally about what options we have to perhaps encourage more of that. There are some limitations to that. You'll receive a discussion item on that next week. And we will also be back with a review and a further discussion on the development standards associated with the Aviation Artesia Corridor Area Plan. The Planning Commission did take that matter up. We will be back for final direction so we can keep that process moving. We are very excited to see that come to fruition, so we'll have a discussion on that on the 10th as well. That, I believe, are the only two items that are currently slated for the 10th. There may be another one. The March 17th meeting, just to prepare yourselves, we'll have the mid-year budget review, and we will also be, as part of that meeting, discussing the Community Development Department's service fee assessment, which we hired a contractor, you might recall, several months ago to do a study to ensure our current service fees are in line with our current cost of service. So there will be some recommendations there and a discussion associated with what we would like to see in our master fee schedule update as part of the 26-27 budget. So those are the two big items. There may be a few other ones that work their way in as well. We will be dark on the 24th, and we will be back here for strategic planning on the 31st. That's my update.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, any referrals to staff? I think Councilmember Barrett, you had one.
I did have one, if I may. And this is one I was approached by the city attorney's office, city manager, and the mayor, and Councilmember Obaji and I spoke about it. And it would be a referral to staff to amend our business license appeal process ordinance to be more state-of-the-art, up-to-date, streamlined, address the procedures, best practices, continue to ensure that the city council and mayor have a role in that process. And the reason why it's time sensitive is we're anticipating enforcement actions under the new smoke shop ordinance now that is in effect. And it would be prudent to give us an opportunity to get some recommendations from staff and have a discussion and decide on that.
Second.
Okay. All four?
This is clarifying, so this is for the business license.
The business license.
And
to make sure we're clear, just procedurally on what occurs in different circumstances through the appeal process, just so everybody understands very plainly in our ordinance how it works.
We have a lot more detail on an appeal for planning, related to planning, than we do for this.
Yeah.
That was
This would be filling in some of those blanks.
Yeah.
And
reduces exposure.
understood.
Coming back to the discussion.
Yeah.
The tobacco sales license that is attached to smoke shops, right? Does that need, are we talking?
It's a fair question. So that the retail tobacco license ordinance is separate from the smoke shop ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
The smoke shop ordinance is now in effect as of November 2025.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ordinance where it's anticipated enforcement actions for smoke shops, which would be cannabis, would be the one that we follow. And it sounds like your question may be, well, what about, and
That was referenced, yeah.
yeah, what about the tobacco license ordinance? I don't know if we anticipate proceeding under that with the new smoke shop ordinance. and therefore I didn't think we were going to.
Not as it pertains to smoke shops.
Yeah.
The tobacco license ordinance tends to have more of effect in the de minimis standard where there's a permit and you have a larger business, a grocery store, other things that might sell it on a very limited basis. So that we're trying to address right now, the business license appeal process is fairly summarized in the code, and it doesn't flush out some of the various scenarios that we have now encountered. We have had over the years, multiple business license hearings associated with suspension and revocation. So this would be a distinct effort in that as it pertains to business license.
And there may be other licenses and permits that we may at some point want and may want now to address as far as the appeal process. The reason this is focused on the business license is partly because of the resources of staff, like which one are we going to do? Well, if you're going to do one right now, it was recommended do this one.
This is the one that we most often encounter in our history. But to your point, it would create a good basis, I think, for any future ordinance update in any of these various areas.
Could be a good template. We'll see. And we'll come back and we'll talk about it and figure it out.
Okay, thank you for answering that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that passed. Any other referrals to staff? Councilmember Abaji.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Not a referral, but it was made before, so I'm just checking. When are we having the discussion about engaging Mike Webb as a mediator potentially?
It would be subject to our closed session negotiation strategy. First, we should discuss that there, and then whether or not there would be a need for that service. And it would come out here if we were to need to move forward with a contract consideration. So,
and that's coming.
The next conversation with regards to school district property is likely in March. I don't know if it'll be on the 10th or the 17th.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Cass.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Waller.
Nothing tonight.
And I have nothing. Did you have anything else?
I didn't. Thank you for asking.
Okay. So I will entertain a motion to recess back to closed session for R11, R13, and R14.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Before we vote on it, could you read off what we'll be discussing?
Absolutely. As authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items R11 and R13 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For R11, the properties are 100 International Boardwalk and 130 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. For R13, the property is 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. And item R14 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Potential Litigation, and there's one potential case. Thank you.
Okay, and City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these?
Yes, for all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item R11, we will be joined by Catherine Buck, our Acting Waterfront Economic Development Director, and John Getz, our outside legal counsel. Same for item R13. For item R14, we will have Andy Wingy, our Public Works Director, join us.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote to recess to closed session. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. We will be back to report out any closed session actions before we adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Can we keep